If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 5th of August 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics here at Doomben. Now, Doomben is in Queensland and it is a very stable track in Queensland. It is way more stable than Eagle Farm. This track generally produces 40% and above on the odds, which means if there are 10 races, out of which 4 of the favorites should be home at least. That is what this track generally produces. The ground reading today is good. The last finishing mile is about 350 meters, and we've got 8 races here today, and we will see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate that. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out and highlight those things. And that's more or less what we do. So before we jump into the races today, it's important that we talk about the changes that I have made and why I have made those changes. So more or less everything is the same. This is the leverage column. This is the pressure. This is the form line. This is the previous weight. This is the weight that it is carrying today. This is the drop. This is the jock. This is the gate of the last mile. What kind of leverage it has. And this is the drop from the relative weight. And all those things are whatever we had, we have them. What I have done is I have added a column called category, and the other one is the load value. Load value is something that we've been working for a very long time. If you remember, we had the load value, but it was getting difficult to identify the load value because then we did not have the relative weight. So now we have a category. Now what category is? So I'll take you to what happened at Flemington on the other day, and we'll figure out what things are and how the category works. So we know there is a character on the B+. We know how these characters generally what are the attributes of these characters and how they generally behave. An EW is an EW, the linear is a linear, the second linear is a second linear, and those are the things. Now, the point is, we know that we've had that for a very long time, but what we have seen is at times things go wrong. Instead of the linear winning, somebody else wins, and why that happens, why the EW loses at times, and when it comes in between, what happens to the drift, and which drift is going to work. So all those, they kind of stay a little hazy, and it becomes a little difficult for a decision making. And that's one of the things that I've been trying to solve for a very long time. What Flemington did the other day is Flemington gave us a pathway to actually analyze that. So what happens with the category is this, that what we've been doing so far is we've been analyzing each race differently, okay? But what we were missing is what is the difference between the first race and the second race? And what is the difference between the second race and the third race? So that's where the category comes in, okay? The higher the category, it is better. The lower the category, it is not good. That's as simple as that. Now, the load value along with the category will give us a clarity on, why this horse has been put into the first category and why this horse has been put into the last category. And what is the difference between these two horses when we measure them in the same category? So what happened in the first race here at Flemington, which was a benchmark 84, is the 5 won. Okay, 9 and 2 did not get a chance. Then 10 came into picture. Then it was 6, and then it was 7. Now, why that happened? If we try to understand that, is if we look at 5, 9, and 2. They are in the same category. This is -9. This is +9. This is -6. They were, if you look back into the race, they were competing each other. And this one actually won. It came from the back. And then the 10 came into picture in the second category. Why 7 did not get there? Because this was lower, this was higher. Again, in the same category, in this particular category, this was higher, this was lower, and 6 came in. So we still have to do a little bit of look around and look into the data, how things are working and what they're producing and how they're producing. So we will keep an eye on that, but more or less the category is something that will give us a clarity on the character and the load value, and then you can take a call. It'll help in decision making. One thing that I have to mention, that we do not provide any tips. This channel is not about providing tips. This is purely for educational basis. This is a work that I'm trying to do. My aim is to make a software for everybody to be able to use that, and that is what we are trying to do. And we don't provide tips. This is not a tips channel. This is not where we provide picks or anything like that. We do the analytics, and the decision is on you. How you perceive this, and how you are able to take the risk on your end, and how you work out with that. Now, one thing that has to be mentioned here, in Flemington, when we did this, one thing that I have seen is it started from 53.5, it went to 54.5, then it went to 55.5 on the category, then it was 59, and it gradually increased. But today, here, what we're going to see is that's 58, then it is 58.5, then it drops 57, then it drops 56, then it drops 55. So it is going opposite. How that works is something that we will figure out today. Okay. But that's more or less what I have made the changes and how things will work. We will see how that works, and we'll take it up from there. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I'll be more than happy to explain. So we are here with the first one, which is a maiden. And 1650 meters. We'll take a look at the market, what the market is saying. Number 2 has been scratched. We don't have number 2. 6731. So now what is going to happen here is the first warning is this, that these are all negative leverage horses. Some are very high negative leverage, some are lower in negative leverage. Now what leverage is? Leverage is basically the profile of the horse, how good or bad it has been doing, and how good or bad it has been promoted. So that is what it is all about. Okay, so now these are the four horses which are in the first category. Okay, then we have the second category, only one horse, then one is on the third category, and this is the last category where we have a EW, which is here, but that is negative leverage 11. Another question is, out of the first, who should win if it goes to the first category? That's the question. Can it jump? Yes, it can jump. All right, it can jump from here to here to here, anywhere it can jump, but we will try to figure out how that jumps. Okay, so now if we look at what are these three horses, four horses. So let's start with the worst one. 8 has 3 races. It did nothing. It's a negative leverage 15. Not doing well, losing body weight, and is a 55. On a 58 scale, it is a 0. Now, what is 0? Is that good, bad? It is very circumstantial. Okay, we will figure that thing out, how the 0 is good or bad. So here, why 0 is good or bad in what context? So if they are in the same bracket, which is the 58 category, now we look at what is happening with this horse. If this is 0, so it is not doing well, negative 15 leverage, and the drop is 0. Okay, but it has gate number 1, and the relative weight is 55, so it is one of the poorest horses. 6, 3, 7. If we look at all those, so this is negative 2, this is negative 2. In between, the 3 has a huge balance, and that is negative 4. Now, what does that mean? Here, in this context, this horse is one of the highest relative weight, but that is also one of the highest drop. Okay, so now let's understand the competition here. So what is the competition? The competition is this, that there is a huge relative weight on this horse, which means it is one of the best horses. And it is being challenged by 2 horses, which are 6 and 7. Okay. Both has relative weight of 56. Okay. And they are not a drop, they are up. Okay. On 56, they are up. And this is a negative leverage 6. This is a negative leverage 2. Now, in this context, what should happen? Ideally, what should happen? These two are up, this is down, but it's a 1600 meter, and this horse is one of the highest through the DICR. Okay. What is DICR? DICR is how the competition has been leveled. So this is one of the highest through the DICR. And that is having the highest negative value here. So how to interpret this? Now, basically what is happening is that 3 is a -4, these two are -2. So they are going to be fighting it out, okay? Because they come from the same background and they have the same weight, pressure line, they have the same promotion, they have everything, they are negative leverage. That's something that is happening. So they are going to be fighting it out, okay? Two things which are a little problematic here. Today the rail is out 9.5 meters. So this is gate number 8, this is gate number 7. Is it difficult for a 1650? No, it is not. But it is difficult for a maiden, okay? It is difficult for a maiden race to come from gate number 8, gate number 7. So these two are fighting it out here. Both have the same value. 3 probably is an advantage, okay? 3 probably is an advantage. Why? Because it is a higher relative value. So what should happen and how it should play, okay? So if we understand that, will that be how it should work, that 3, 6, 7, they come in together? Probably not. Why? Because we have the other categories also. Here we have a 4, which is a very heavyweight horse that is also through the DICR on a very higher range. Now, what are the possibilities? Now here, both of them are zeros, okay? If we look at these two horses, they're both zeros. One is 57, one is 56. So what we look at is, what is the drop? The drop is 1.5. This is a higher drop. So definitely 4 has an advantage over 1, okay? Though they are showing 0, okay? But 4 definitely has an advantage over 1. If that's the higher category, this is the lower category, then the drop will matter. If this is the same category, then the drop will matter, okay? Here the drop is bad, here the drop is good. Why? Because that's the higher category. So my assumption is this, it is going to be 3, okay? 3. Then what happens? Then does it go to 6? Probably, but what might happen is it gets blocked, or it gets into trouble because it is from gate number 8. So what is the other thing that might happen? And that's a negative leverage to 6 and all. So the heavyweight, probably. Why? Because that's a 0, this is a 0, this is a -2, this is a -1.5. So here it is good because of the gate number 4. So that 4 probably is in between, okay? And what is the 4 in character? The 4 is a drift, okay? One of the drifts. So this one is an EW, but it is -11 on the last scale. 1 is a drift. It is -2 here, 58.0. Can it beat 4? Maybe. We'll see how. But ideally it should not be. What I think is here it'll play the competition where 3, 4, then out of these two, this is a higher negative leverage. The form line is bad. So probably 6 is on the third. Probably 6 is on the third. Can the 6 be the second? It can. But it is from a very wide gate. But ideally 3 has an upper hand. Okay, we'll see how that works.
To the end with our special Mr. O'Malley.
By the way, Doomben produces favorites and goes up to 40%, 50%, anything on those lines. So be very careful here. They're very stable.
Looks a little bit different there at Doomben. Looks a lovely winter's afternoon. Tops 24 degrees, they say, and mostly fine with the sun out and about a minute away from the opener. There's your Wednesday racing offer today at Canterbury and at Doomben. Of course, Cranbourne called off due to the wet conditions. Canterbury and Doomben races 1 to 4. You can boost your winnings with your first fixed odds win bet each race, and that will come into your accounting bonus bets if you find a winner. So get stuck into that. The first Doomben a maiden over 16.50. $3.80 into $3 Highland Kitty. Second up this preparation goes to 1,600 metres after a good second over the 13.50. Hit the line well there behind Saturday's Girl. It's a 9-start maiden at the moment, 5-year-old mare, but been around a stack of finishes with the 5 minor placings. Urban Princess now at $3.50 and $5 for Steady On for Ben Thompson. It's the other key market chance as well. We're 30 seconds away. David Fowler is trackside for the first of 8 at Doomben. Good form, mostly fine conditions.
Line of betting and has been reasonably firm. And noticing for money, number 8, Whinge and Win. In from double figures to single figures, Whinge and Win, trained by David Van Dyke. Jack Gustman Chester with a good gate. So there's a few ticks there. First up was down the track at the Sunshine Coast. That was its 3rd career start. A thereby contributor, but nevertheless, some support for it. And they're moving it well. Winge and Winter's gone up. Basiria's gone in. Urban Princess positioned. Calamia King is right to go. Half the field in. Wild Bean comes up. Highland Kitty will be the last one to move in. So we're just about ready for the opening race today, the first of 8. Perfect day weather-wise in Brisbane. Delightful midwinter's day. Steady On comes up. Highland Kitty goes in. Highland Kitty running the favourite over Urban Princess. Just waiting on Steady On to take its spot. Field of 7 in the first. Distance 1650 with the 9.5 metre rail position. Now Brad Richardson has started, I think. Yes, the light is on. Ready to break in the first. Racing. Basiri made a fair start from barrier 2. One of the first to go was Winge and Win off the rails. Steady On with speed. Claim Your King. Right up in the thick of things early now. Highland Kitty right off the track as they head up to the first bend, but pushing forward. The other favourite, Urban Princess, settled second last, and Wild Bean is last of the 7. They enter the back straight with just over 1,200 left to run. Steady On, Calamia King. Currently they're keeping Highland Kitty 3 wide. This favourite is using more than its fair share of petrol to try and get a position. It now gets outside of Steady On as Calamia King eases to 3rd, and Winge and Win slipping through along the rail to be 4th of the 1,000. To the Basiri, I make the way Wild Bean and 3/4 Urban Princess, and she wouldn't mind the speed being genuine early, just watching it all unfold as they go to the halfway mark, just over 800 left to run. Steady On has steadied up. Leads Highland Kitty, who's happy to sit quietly now, about 3/4 between them. Winge and Win continues to get that good run in 3rd, and Calamia King is basically in a 1 out 1 back position. Next pair, Wild Bean inside of Basiri, and Urban Princess is now letting rip 3 wide, trying to improve its position. The first bit of the race was 65.11. Not overly fast, they approach the turn. 5 lengths spanning them, and Steady On is being felt for as Highland Kitty makes a move on the outside to try and join it. Urban Princess is starting that long run from last, going up to the pair to challenge. Basiri coming between them. Calamia King under pressure, as is Winge and Win. Down below the 200 metres, Urban Princess, who's had the good run in transit, sustaining a long run, those in front. Basiri near the inside, and they pair off. Highland Kitty can't go on. Basiri and Urban Princess, they reach the line.
5, 7,
Basiri beat Urban Princess.
6,
Highland
8.
Kitty 3rd, then Winge and Win, followed by Steady On, Calamia King, and Wild Bean. Wild Bean was last over the line.
It'll be 5 betting 7. A little gap back to the 6, Highland Kitty in 3rd spot, and it's Basiri. Kicks off the card there at the Doomben midweeks at a massive price. It's just about 30-1 across all 3 of the touch. Georgina Cartwright.
So what happened? 5. So now why that happened? So what happened? What went wrong? This was all negative leverage horses. That's the first thing. This one had the highest advantage. It is the EW anyway. Okay. And that went through. We go to the next. No scratching. 8219. So let's understand what happened. Let's understand what happened first. So why the 5 won? I had no hopes on the 5, but the 5 got through this time, and that was the highest advantage on the 5. That was an EW. But how did it win? There are two possibilities why it won. Okay. One is this, that they were carrying the same weight. The 3 and the 5, they were carrying the same weight. 3 got raved. He thought it is going to be nice to rave that horse. He raved it all 1600 meters, which was not necessary. That happened. And it gave up on gas. And this one, which was also carrying the same weight, did not get raved. It was not in a position to be raved. And it was with the highest advantage, so it went through. Okay. Now here. So 8 is the favorite. But 8 can't win. That's a 53 running as a neutral. Okay. That will not happen. It is the highest category though. That's where the problem is. As a 53, winning as a neutral is a very difficult task. Okay. For a 1350 meters, it is basically the top weight which works the best. That is how things have always been. But this one is from gate number 9. So now let's understand how things are. Okay. So it's definitely there. The 8 will get there, but it is a neutral. It will not win. And it is coming to the same point here. It was the top drop. This is getting heavy up. This. So, that is fine. Routine 50 will get the smallest with the highest will work. I don't know how that will work, but that 9 is a check. I mean, the 3 is a check. Ideally, 3 should win. That's the top weight. But the problem is gate number 9. You have an arrangement with the job, which is good. If these two are here, then this. This is lowest. 2 is there. 2 is there. 57. These are all low. Six on 22, 14. But this is a -5. And this is that. So that becomes easy. Anyway, 3 should really win. We'll see how that works. What is the difference between 3 and 8? What we have noticed is the minimum weight to go as a neutral is 57.5. 53.5 going as a neutral does not work. Okay, this is a 58.5. This is a neutral, which is okay. And this is heavyweight. It will come, but where and how? because we don't have any idea on these horses.
1,400 metres. Was good third there at the Sunshine Coast. Charged home from back in the park. Then went to Eagle Farm, 1,400 metres. Wasn't too far away from Masado. Beaten 3 lengths or so from back in the park. Ben Thompson aboard, looking around them up again here at Doomben. Dragon Magic into $5 and 8 into 7 a spec for Bintang Tiger, who rounds out the key single figure chances. Grieve Road next best out to 11. There's that tab offer for a Wednesday afternoon. Canterbury and at Doomben, races 1 to 4 with your first fixed odds win bet each race. Races 1 to 4. You can boost your winnings if you find one in bonus bets. Take advantage of that. Races 1 to 4 at Canterbury. Doomben, of course, Cranbourne lost that meeting due to the start of the track down in Victoria. Here over the 1350 for the second at Doomben. David Fowler's out there. He's tipping the 2 Dragon Magic, draws the inside fence and can improve off the first up showing, returning from nearly 200 days off into campaign number 2. You can have $5 if you want to play that way. Let's get to David Fowler, starting to move in at Doomben.
Good work, Tim. Thanks for that. Yes, they're getting ready to move in. Just thought Dragon Magic at those odds offered some better value than Raging Raider. No doubt Raging Raider's got a winning chance, but 175, short enough for me. So they're moving in. 8 Raging Raider was $1.90 this morning, down to $1.75. So not only is it a favourite, it's a well-backed favourite. Premier jockey Ben Thompson riding from a good gate, barrier 2. Dragon Magic firm at the $5. And Bintang Tiger, this first starter, it's got a few barrier trials, but there's certainly a ring of support for it, down to $6.50. What was it this morning? $8. Started at 10 yesterday, 8 this morning, now $6.50. So there's a bit of a tip there, obviously, but the market is telling us that. Now, most of these runners are in. In fact, Raging Raider and Grieve Road, they'll be the last 2 to move up for the 1350 maiden. The starter's going to the ladder in preparation to release the field as Ben Thompson brings Raging Raider up to the good gate, moves into barrier 2. Filly by Under the Louvre. And she'll run in the red. There's the red light. Bit of movement to the centre of the line. Now they steady. Should catch them. Racing. Raging Raider. Now one's come out without the rider. Bintang Tiger. Noticing it way back. Jane Guthman-Chester has been dislodged, so the third favourite is out of play. A bit of a go for the early lead too. Raging Raider spearing up there. One last song showing speed. Not far away, Perfect Tension, and Dragon Magic will occupy...
Gate, welcome back, Gate.
Doubtfire, followed Lasso, Grieve Road. A gap to Wiona Sotono has no early speed. It's 3 lengths behind the bulk of the field, and Bintang Tiger lost Guthman-Chester at the get-go. Down the side, 700 from the judge, Raging Raider now takes complete control. The odds-on favourite leads by 1 to 1 last song. Second favourite, Dragon Magic, right behind Raging Raider as they travel to the 500. Then came on the outside, Perfect Tension. Ted Lasso to the rail. Grieve Road beginning a run around Madame Doubtfire, who went in front of it, and then we had a Sotono. Coming up to the turn now. They've got short of 400 left to run. Raging Raider led from one last song on the outside. Dragon Magic looking for the way clear if good enough. Down the outside, Madame Doubtfire is putting in a reasonable run. We had a Sotono coming from a long way back. Raging Raider, Thompson happy to ride hands and heels. Now 1-2 for Shillelagh. Dragon Magic is trying to get close. Raging Raider the leader. Dragon Magic putting it powerfully. Dragon Magic went to Raging Raider.
2-1.
Third over the line. I'd say Ted Lasso from Wiona Satono. Not a bad debut it. Then came Madame Doubtfire, Grieve Road, Perfect Tension, One Last Song, and Bintang Tiger. Well, the whole lot of tickets there. Lost the jockey at the jump.
All right, well found from him out at the track, David Fowler. On top at the $5-6, Dragon Magic. Got a great cheer out of that too, over the top
So
of Raging
2-8.
Raider. In the concluding stages. Ran a big race, the favourite, with a gap behind a third. Certainly will be mated win somewhere there for Raging Raider. Not too distant future. Sixth, Ted Lasso down the middle of the track will run. Third spot. Rightio. So we're off to Healesville, race number 8, and runners just about arriving at the boxes.
286. We did not get that. Wait, 6. We'll go to the next. These are also negative leverages. Eight and 10 has been scratched. Nine. Those two. 10. Six. One, 4, 2, 6. The odds are right. One should win. One should win. One should win. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. I'm going to keep this thing open so that you can take a look. Okay, I'm back. One, 3, 7, 3 is one of the best. You're right, but it is coming from gate number 10. Problem is, these horses are so unpredictable in their own ways because they are all negative leverage. These are the horses without any negative leverage, but they're very unpredictable when these horses are in there. Gate, you're late, but we've made some changes. We've added the category. I'll explain this to you. I've already explained this in the video, so if you have any question, you can ask me, or you can check after the stream is over. You can check the video. I've explained what the category is and how we got this. Okay.
5-230. It's hovered around those positions the whole course of betting today. Ben Thompson aboard for Matt Dunn's team. They combined for the last start second at Doomben. That was 2 weeks back. Beaten as a $1.80 chance there. It was sort of a length and a half off the result. It ran third at Eagle Farm over the 1,300 metres first run in the debut. It's a 4-year-old gelding entering the first preparation. Key rival to beat here, Had It All at 360, is an 7-start maiden, ran third behind Saturday's Girl, also beaten short quote their latest, and has speed to perhaps be in front of the favourite in the run. QMR out to 650 is the last in single figures. Just before we get out to David there at the track, reminder again of that tab promotion today, races 1 to 4. You can boost your winnings in bonus bets at Canterbury and Doomben if you find a result. Those races with the first fixed odds win ticket. The third at Doomben over 13.50. Let's get to David's fella.
Tim, they're getting ready to move in. Third race of the day, and no gamble with Moscow Mule, no gamble against Moscow Mule. Fractional odds favourite. It's no world beater, but he's in the right race today. This is a very winnable race. I think Had It All and QMR are limited as well. You would think one of those three will win. That's what the market is telling us, and most are coming up with that trio. The advantage that Had It All and QMR may have on Moscow Mule, they'll be in front of him in the run. Interesting to see what Thompson does at the start from the white gate. But he had little lucky the other day. He should have finished closer. Can't say he would have beaten the winner, but he certainly should have finished. The margin should have been less than what it was. Last one coming up now is St Andrews. Moves to its position. All clear given from behind. The red light is turned on. And we're set for the third at Doomben. Racing. Out wide, St Andrews was only moderately away. Moscow Mule midfield into stride. Kilmar began fast as the early leader from Cautionary Tail, and had it all goes up to third. Lottery League going through along the fence to be fourth at Island Delilah. All by Prophet of Destiny now. Moscow Mule after jumping neutral. He's back by Thompson to land second last to the moving line. It's one away from the rail. And St Andrews is last of all. That's the first call as they run up to the first bend, and the second and third favourites controlling the speed. Kilmar in front with Had It All trailing by 3/4. They're up by 2 to Cautionary Tail third. 3/4 Lottery Link Park fourth the fence. 1 Island Delilah, 1 Prophet of Destiny, 1-2 Moscow Mule. I'd estimate 5 off the lead at the 600 and 1 behind at St Andrews. Travelling towards the turn, 500 left to run. Both Kilmar and Had It All have had good runs, whereas Moscow Mule has spotted them a fair start. Thompson's starting to feel on the favourite now, but he is still second last as they turn for home. Meanwhile, Kilmar is trying to fend off the challenge of Had It All. Then Lottery League, Cautionary Tail. Moscow Mule now putting in good strides with Isla Delilah, but he needs to get a move on. Kilmar led, Had It All the outside, trying hard. Cautionary Tail, Moscow Mule's out wider. Here's a big finish coming up. Kilmar, Had It All, out wide, Moscow Mule, they hit the line.
1-4.
Maybe from Moscow Mule to Kilmar, it's a busy finish.
I think
Lottery
4.
League and Cautionary Tail are right up there, not far away. Then came Prophet of Destiny, followed by Isla Delilah, and trailing to the home of St Andrews.
So it is tight, but pretty sure Had It All gets the dive in and holds off Moscow Mule. Here's a look at it. Yep, inside
4-1.
the win. And Had It All gets off the mark. It starts number 8. Another big run from the Mule, who starts short in betting again. Probably will do so again next start. It's just having things against there from the wide draw today. And goes under at the sort of $2 mark. 4-1 photo for third. Leave it there from Doomben after race number 3. There is 8 to get through today. Let's move back out to Healesville, race number 10 on the card. It's been very wet conditions.
The gates are wide for maiden. That's one of the reasons, I believe. But this guy also delayed the horse like nobody's business. This guy also delayed the horse. We'll go to the next. Yeah. Gate, that's the thing. But the problem here is so far what we've faced is the wider gates. Okay, that's all the problem is. I don't know what came in third. Probably 9. I kind of saw the 9 also getting there. But those are things that are happening anyway. No scratching. 8316. So now let's understand what we're dealing with here. This is a benchmark 65. And a benchmark 65 is on a weekday, when we get the benchmark 65, we usually have one of these horses, okay, which are like 8 steps up, 9 steps up. And in a benchmark 65, what is the combination of a benchmark 65? So the combination, what I've noticed is this, that they have a very, very wild mix of horses. Some are like that, and some are like that. So they have negative leverages, and they have horses which are going 8 steps up. Now it's a 1650. What I have seen is these horses on weekdays, they are extremely good. They're extremely good. Now, So let's just put things into perspective, right? It's a 6-year-old gilding, 8 steps up. The load value is 16 on a 56. That's the highest. The lowest is 2, which is also the lowest drop. Okay. And the highest relative weight difference. This one is 8 steps up. This one is 3 steps down. Eight is 1 step up, but the relative weight is very low. And it is a negative leverage. Does that mean it cannot come in? It can. I mean, the 9 also got there. So that's the reason of putting this horse. And they are like that. So now, seven, 1, 4, 7, 57, 7, 2.5. Street number 7, street number 6. The question is, what will play here? Trusting a 6-year-old gilding with 8 steps up. Eight winning benchmark 65 with that and a negative leverage. Will it get there? It will, because it has the advantage. But how will it play is what my three. That'll drop, that'll rise. Rise where? This is 11, this is 11, we just step 1 step down. So what happens to this? The drops so far has not gotten through. Even this one also did not get through. This was 5 steps here, 2.5 steps here. This one is 7 steps and 3 steps. So on benchmark 65, let's forget about that. That probably is not happening. Are we increasing? We just dropped. What does that mean? I don't know. there's a I mean, these races are very difficult to assume what will happen here because that's an 8 steps up, okay, and it's a 6-year-old gilding. But I've seen that happening here. I've seen that happening here. That thing has happened many times here at Doomben. That is that. Let's see if the one wins. So what are the chances of one winning? According to me, it's going to be very difficult. Okay, it's going to be very difficult. This is not a 3-year-old or a 4-year-old gilding. It's a 6-year-old. But a benchmark 65 produces these kind of horses, and I've seen that here in Doomben happening. What about 8? 8 is the EW. We'll get there. How is the question. So what are the possibilities that might happen? Let's say the drop is not getting through. So the drops here also, the drop did not get through, okay? They made a mess of that horse. Here, the difference is, in this case, the jock was a funny guy. Here, in this case, the jock is not a funny guy. He is one of the best jocks who's there on tour. So he knows how to handle a drop. That's that. Now, in this category, either the one is going to nail everybody else and win. There is no doubt. Or that 6-year-old gilding is going to fail because it's a very, very strong race. It is 8 steps up. From 52, it became 60. Plus 1.5 on jock, and the jock looks like that. However, on a 60, it is producing a low pressure. So, and when I'm looking at the race net, it looks like it has been winning, only the last time it came in 3rd. We'll see how that works. I mean, it's one of those, okay? Either it'll fail because it is a 6-year-old gilding, 8 steps up, it'll fail. And the 2, maybe this time, will win. That's one way of looking at it. The other thing is, the 8, it'll get there, but that usually is a place. It is in between, plus it is a negative leverage. We'll see how that thing gets placed. About 3. 3 is also very good, but it's a 6-year-old mare. That's the linear chances are immense. I mean, it could be 3-8. That thing can happen if the drop doesn't work and that challenge doesn't work. Then it can be 3-8. We'll see how that works.
The Dykes team, 480 into $3.90 overall. Jack with Manchester, the inside draw Comes off the back of the first up Eagle Farm 1400 metre win, where they rounded them up for the second half of the field. Started $13. Surprised a few for career win number 2, but going off the betting and certainly the price that's going to go off here, it's not getting under the guard of too many. 6-year-old mare, still pretty lightly raced. Rosso Levanto. Wounda went up favourite with the Sydney form for Chris Waller. Emily Langenborg. 3 weeks between runs. Last lead 1,600 metres behind Satono Jasmine, who won in Saturday class subsequently off that run. It was only 2 lengths away from your winner. Over the 1,800 there at Hawkesbury behind the Iron Star previous. Just a one-time winner, Wounda, from 18 career starts, but brings a lot of right-looking Sydney form up to Queensland. Flying bat $5 and out to around the $6 mark plus the rest of the field. Last 30 seconds away. Final opportunity at Doomben to take advantage of this Wednesday racing offer from the tap. You can boost your winnings in bonus bets if you find a result with your first fixed odds win bet each race. There's one more opportunity following this in Canterbury. Let's get to Doomben with David.
Thought this was a good race, Tim. And then joining us, thought Flying Bat leads, and I thought Rosso Levanto could sit behind it. And it has been the best back late, reflected in the tab fixed market number 3, $3.90. And we're just about ready to go. Carnegie Hill comes up, so 2 to move in, Mossamore and Empire of Art. Swallow plays the numbers here with 3 of the 8. Also has the one-time favourite Wounda, who's been displaced as favourite by Rosso Levanto. But they're 420 each of 2 now, so they're meeting each other in the market late. Flying Bat 480. Light on. Racing. Rosso Levanto and the Flying Bat both began well. Nicely away Classic Gal today. Carnegie Hill coming across to be 4. And Mossamore 5th as they ran up to the first bend. Then Gognone on share, followed by Empire of Art. And Wounda, one of the main fences in the betting, settles in last position. They turn to the back now with just over 1,200 left to run. And Flying Bat was the expected leader, but Rosso Levanto is going to get a great trot behind it in second. Tuna Classic Gal in third, Mossamore Park fourth the fence inside of Carnegie Hill as they're midway along the back straight heading towards the 1,000. A length and a half to Wounda inside of Gognone on share and 2 to Empire of Art at the tail end, 8 off the lead. Flying Bat loves to lead his races and he's afforded that role today. Rosso Levanto sticking right with him in second. She's only a length behind Flying Bat as they reach the halfway mark. That pair scooted away by 3 to Classic Gal third.
It's a bad idea. He's raving that horse.
Carnegie Hill. 1 to Wounda, travelling in 6 off the lead, and Gognone on share. And Empire of Art has always been last. They travel by the 600 metres. Flying Bat, trying to do it all of the way. Rosso Levanto in second. Now they start to make moves. Carnegie Hill coming up 3 deep around Classic Gallop, Mossamore the rail. Behind an Empire of Art, Wounda finds itself trapped in traffic. Second last, now trying to come to the outside and can do so. Then Gognone on share. In the straight, Flying Bat headed by Rosso Levanto on the outside. Mossamore trying hard. Carnegie Hill joining in. Wounda with a bit of work to do. Rosso Levanto led the danger. Carnegie Hill, 50 to go. Carnegie Hill raced a bit the lead. Wounda's coming strongly now. Carnegie Hill in front. Wounda went to it and beat it. Wounda, I'd say, from Carnegie Hill and Rosso Levanto. Then Empire of Art followed by, at the head of the others was Gognone on share. Classic Gal, Mossamore and Flying Bat turned an out of character run after leading and finished in last position.
Wounda last to first up in Queensland with some previous
8, 2,
Sydney
3,
Metro
4.
form. Chris Waller's team. Last to first gets over the top.
8, 2, 3, and 4. The 1 did not go there, so 8. That was huge. We'll go to the next. One, 4, 6, 10 all scratched. This is 1 is 12 is 2 7 is 10 8 is 8 9 is 4 11 is 6 12 is 9 14 is 3 2 8 5 7 So let's understand what happened here, okay? So that one firstly got knocked out because it was 8 steps up. 8 won. That was the lowest in terms, right? Then the 2 came in. 8, 2, 3, 4. Eight, 2, 3, 4. Now, what was the thing? So that was that. This one was like that, and that was the highest here on the 56. Okay, with a jock this time. So that thing got knocked out because 8 steps up did not work, and 3 steps up, 3 steps down got to the second position, but 8 actually with 1 step up with that weight, it actually went through on a 1650. 1650 allows lower weights. Okay, this is a 2000 meter. So on a 2000 meter, generally up till 2000 meter, linears have no issues in winning. But it's a class 3, and that one is from gate number 8. So so 2 probably is the right order. Okay, 2 probably is the right order from gate number 1. Now, what about 5, which is the drop, or the 12? 12 is the largest drop. Okay. And if they are in the same, then 7 is the right one. Okay. If they're in the same category, then 7 is the right one. So 12 is out. 2 is in. Now what happens to 5? And 64. This time again, it has the thing that is 64. 1, 2. This is on 58. This is 0. So if that is that, and that is that, and this is -1, then these guys are in play. But this one is very wide. The other thing is the 13. And if they are in the same game, then that, and that. Is 50. 8 out of 50. 5, 1.5. 53. The odds are right. Let's see. Should be 2 and 8. 8. We're going to talk to these guys. Wow. Please don't tell me. There's actually a drop. Eight. 15 to like 60 0. That becomes stupid. Yeah, 54. Okay. Six. Who is the right odd? Who is the right odd? Then it is here. And 3. Very. Oh. That's really
Starts the quaddie. We do it with a class 3 over the 2,060 metres. Diamond Show was decent, stepping up to the 1,800 there 2 weeks ago. Was closing off behind Hovland, only betting a length and a half in a class 3. Continues to rise in distance and have the second go in a career over the 2,000 metres. 3 kilos weight relief with the apprentice aboard and an inside draw both help. Sarah's Sonnets on the second line of betting into 330 has been fancied as well. Trump Card has been the best move of the 3 of them up the top. $10 into $5 now. Continues to tighten for David Van Dyke's team. Cast Party 750 and not much doing the rest of them. Out to the big odds 15 plus for the opening leg of the quaddie. David Fellers tipping Sarah's Sonnets. The Sears camp 827 the main chances. We head to the track at Doomben at the start, a midweek quaddie.
Moving in, Tim, for the 5th. You've outlined the form well and the market moves. The top 3 in betting all well supported. Diamond Shows, Sarah's Sonnets and Trump Card. Trump Card, $4.80. He started at 26 yesterday. Was 10 this morning, now 4.80. He's won 2 from 26. Not one of mine, but it's good money for him. Loading well now. Cast Party has gone in the high caliber racing colours. Above 40 comes up. That leaves Launcher and Rugby as the last 2 to move in. Field of 9 here. So the last few coming up. Launcher about to move in. Rugby comes up to the outside gate. Exact distance here, 2,060 metres. First leg of the quaddie. Starter Richardson picks up the button. Light is on. Diamond Show, the favourite, drawn the rails. And they're racing. Diamond Show began fairly well. Trump Card actually beat it out. Launch is going forward in the early stages. So is O'Caldino, Rugby, and throw Cast Party into the mix as well. And we nearly had a line of 6 trying to go for the lead. So they'll sort themselves out. Followed by back in the field, Lord Protector. Above 40 seconds, settles in second last position. And Sarah Sonnets, the second favourite, taken back at the start, goes out to the tail. Heading around the first bend, going up towards the 1,400 metres, and Rugby pushing on. Now takes control of the tempo and slipped away to lead by 2. O'Caldino second, Cast Party in third, and Diamond Show has settled well for Courtney Bellamy. The favourite lying fourth on the rail in those orange, black and white colours. A length away Launcher, 5th and 1 off. 2 to Trump Card inside of above 40, and Sarah Sonnets racing outside of Lord Protector. An estimate 8 lengths, top end to tail. They're midway down the back straight. 1,100 from the judge, and Rugby is making every post a winning post. Leads O'Caldino by just over a length. 2 to Cast Party, third under restraint. And Diamond Show give it every opportunity. Fourth over on the inside. A couple away came Launcher, trump card above 40. Sarah Solace still with only one behind her, and that's Lord Protector. They move to the side of the course with just over 800 left to run. Rugby now joined by O'Caldino, and they match motors. Diamond Show sweating on a run in third. Cast Party currently keeping it in the pocket. It's moving up on the outside, then Launcher. Above 40 begins a run, trump card to the rail. Duplessis about to get to work on Sarah Solid, starts to travel into the picture. 5 to 6 off them, and Lord Protector is out towards the tail. Now, I don't know what happened there. Rugby dropped off all of a sudden and severely impeded Diamond Show, who was shuffled back and has to get going again. What's happening at the top end? Cast Party went to O'Caldino. Coming in them was Always 40, and Sarah Summers joining in strongly. Launcher just behind them, and now Diamond Show coming down the outside. Sarah Summers reached the lead. Cars Party boxing away. Diamond Show might be the danger. Diamond Show after Sarah Solids. Diamond Show, despite that mishap in the turn, too good for them, deserved to win. Diamond Show beat Sarah Solids. Cars Party and Launcher. Then came Trump Card, followed by above 40, O'Caldino, Lord Protector, and Rugby finished a long, long last.
Messy race, but Diamond Show races away and was dominant late, very strong over the 2,000 metres. Takes out the first leg of that quarter.
2-8. That happened. 2-8-7-11. We'll go to the next. Five and 7 has been scratched. 9-6-4-3. 9 probably is the right odd. Here is why. So when we look at this, so they're all on higher value. This is on relaxation. Irony is this, that they are all carrying 58. They are one step up, 60 to 61. This one is actually 1.5 drop. So yes, the advantage is with 9. So the advantage is with 9. What's 6? 6 is on a higher side. We'll see how that works, but ideally it should be 9. So what we have seen here is also the same thing. So the 8 was the 0, 0, okay? The 2 and the 8 that got through. Okay? 2 and the 8 that got through. Then came 7. 3 dropped out drastically, being a 0, 0, because I don't know, something happened. Ideally, this should have gotten there, but this was very wide, and the 11 came in, okay, with 0, 0. So both of them were 0, 0. 8 was the right one, which was here. So 4 probably is the second position. 9 is lower, so 9 will get through. That's that. And then what happens? Then we don't have any other 0, 0. We have a -1 here and a -1 here on 11. This one is an EW, possible getting in, but I think 8 has better chances. So that probably is where it'll get through. Now, what about 2? So 2 and 11 are on the same page, okay? 2 is the linear. Ideally, two is with the drop, with the 1 pressure is on the third. So 2, 4. If the 8 doesn't kill the 2, then the 2 and then 8. Difference, this is a very high relative weight, okay? I'll keep it open in front of you. I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
We're back over the 1200 metre sprints, and Zalik for Matt Dunn's team is coming off the back of a first-up maiden win. That was second preparation, returned over the carnival there at Grafton, had Nash Ruiller aboard, settled on speed and dominated at the 150. So plenty of upside at start number 4 overall. Looking to go back-to-back. Betting is keeping Zalik very safe. 260, 270, back into 250. D Moore to steer from gate number 3 with plenty of early speed. Swift Duke on the second line of betting has had fans, though, on the second pick in the market. Bernadette Cooper tips on top Swift Duke. It's now third run this preparation. Continues to race well. It was second up on the Gold Coast over 1200 latest from off the speed. And they draw a good gate to find a position here. City Goldfield 550. The jump out to $11. Abraham is going to top the remainder. So betting says race in 2. And most are tipping that way as well. They're moving in. Here's David Fowler.
Good work, Tim. Yes, they're about to come up for the 6th of the day. Field of 9 here at the 1200 metres. The lead just a little gamble late at 270. I think it's fair to say that Swift Duke has been the best backed, now down to 350. And City Goldfield has admirers as well at 550. So only 3 in single figures, but they've all met with support at various stages of the betting. And they're loading up well. Is Abraham coming in, resuming today. Swift Duke about to move up, and the last 2 will be 2 roughies, Ramos Star and Starwood. And then we'll be set for a dispatch in race 6. 2 to move up. Starwood and Ramos Star. Zalik, Swift Duke and City Goldfield. That's the order of betting. Favourite, second favourite and third favourite. First leg of the quadding won by Diamond Show. Overcame some pretty nasty traffic approaching the turn to win. Was a good performance. Now Starwood goes up, all clear given from behind. There's the red light. Ready to break. Racing. Or TLG red at the start, missed it by 5. Beginning fast off the rails gate, La Proficia straight to the lead with City Goldfield straight into second. Zalik third away the favourite, and then came Diami, followed by Swift Duke, who lands midfield in the first call. Getting back as they run to the first bend was Abraham, and then came Ramos Star, TLG and Starwood as last of all. The gallop looks more than reasonable, short of 800 left to run. The speedy La Proficia leads by 3/4 to City Goldfield in close attendance. Well, Zalik couldn't have wished for a better run in transit. Stalking that lead pair, 2-way third. 1 Diami in 4, 1 Swift Duke in 5, and actually following Zalik in the run. Then Abraham, TLG trying to circle off the track, and the last pair coming to the turn, Ramos Star and Starwood, 5 to 6 off the leaders. By the 400 metres, winning for home. La Proficia and City Goldfield together, stride for stride. Zalik comes to the outside now. Swift Duke is trying to run on, and wider was Diami. They get down below the 200 metres. Zalik hard-ridden but reached the lead. Coming up on the inside as Swift Duke went right back to the rail, and right down the outside is Diami with a good run. It's Zalik the lead, getting close to home. Gripping on, and Zalik won from Swift Duke and Diami out wide. They're followed then by, near the inside was La Proficia weakening, then Ramos Star, Abraham, City Goldfield weakened, then TLG and Starwood whipped them in.
Zalik wins again, comes off the back of that Grafton win first up over the Carnival 3 weeks back and pays $3.30 there today. I think inside's going to dive 6 over 1, likely for second and third, but Zalik goes back to back in preparation number 2 for Matt Dunn's team and takes out in the process the second leg of the Doomben Quadding. Tari Greyhounds going to be next to go. Race number 4 on the card. It's a 5th grade over the 300 metres.
9, 6, 1, and 8. 2 did not get there. 9. Two, 9, 10, 13, 17, 18, 19 and 20 all scratched. 11, 1, 6 and 15. So the 6 is going to be running after 17 weeks. I don't know what the 6 is going to do. These are on very higher end. I don't know how this thing will work, but definitely this is higher. This is a little lower with a higher relative weight. This one cannot win as a neutral. It's a 55.5, so that cannot win, but can it get through a place is what the question is. But ideally the 6 should win. In this kind of a situation, the 6 should win, but the 6 will not win because it is after 17 weeks. That is how it is. So if that doesn't win, in that case, what happens? The 11 is 4.5 from a 55. That's how things are on the 11. the 1 definitely is the advantage model, so the 1 is on top. This thing comes after this, so that probably is not happening. Uh, 7. The gate is very wide. I'm out of this one. I don't know how this thing will work. The gate is very wide. 11 is the favorite. The 11 is like 4.5 steps up. This is 3.5 steps up. This is higher. This is the EW. But things can go wrong. The 15 probably is a place. The 15 probably is a place, which is good. But we'll see how that works. The 11 has to be really good to beat a lot of other horses. I'm not sure how this thing is going to work. I'm out. Gate, race 6, 896. The 8 did not get there. 9 and 6. I don't know. This ideally this looks like a very strong race. Okay. This looks like a very strong race, and I'm not getting a relevance of anything that has been happening so far. This thing is absurd. They are I mean, all the horses are climbing up, and they're climbing to a very strong position. Things can go wrong from anywhere. Anything can happen. I mean, ideally, if we take the relative weights, so they are all the same. These are the drops. This one is the lowest drop. This on a 55 is chasing. That's huge. So ideally, it should be, if we look at how things are, then it's a 1200 meter. Top weight should win. That is this one, but it is coming from gate number 15, which is very wide. And we'll see how that works.
North of 750 for the months camp. 4-year-old mare going well enough this time in. Chased home Siesta at Eagle Farm for third 2 starts ago. Went off at 260 hope there in betting and was behind Springsing and Champ in an open class 3-year-old race, 1,200 metres. Finished midfield 4 lengths off the winner nearly 3 weeks ago. Drawn with options from barrier number 6 there today. Sits at the top pick in betting. It's been the best tab firmer. Out to 460 now after opening closer to favourite Strata Verena. Now racing up in Queensland with Tony Gollan's team. Does need a spot from gate number 11. It's the main question mark around it, I suppose. Out to 550 and back into sub 5 hit late. So there has been a late tighten up. $5 Don't Doubt Missy gets every chance from gate number 3, who is also first up from a 119-day break. Katie, Annie and Vanessa for Chris Waller next best at $7.50 and $10. Moving in well for the second last out at Doomben. This gets David Fowler.
Tricky race this one, Tim, because we've got several first uppers and the inclusion of Strata Verena. It's the wild card because formerly with Bjorn Baker, she started off well. She had a promising career as a juvenile, but seemed to lose her way a little now with Tony Gollan. So Strata Verena, I'd say there is some positiveness in the market. $4.80. We're going to do it as far as $5.50. Stein's the favourite at $4.20. No excuse for Stein today. He's got fitness on the side now. It should get a good map. I think it's been a little disappointing. I'm happy to oppose it to a degree. But this race hinges on how well is Strata Verena going. It's had a trial at Deagon, which it won. On its best form, it would beat them easily. But how is it going? Don't Doubt Missy. There must be a tip there first up. $5. $7.50 this morning. And Katie Ain, a stablemate of Stein at $6.50. So those 4 have all met with support. They've all got their share of admirers. But it's not an easy race. A couple that have drifted out. No love for Vanessa and Capital Court, who were first uppers. Last few coming up now. In fact, Meritu will be the last one to move in. Capacity field of 12 with the 9.5 metre rail. The red light is switched on. Starter picks up the button. Set to break. Race 7 at Doomben. Racing. A couple missed the kick, including Geitz and Meritu went back. Fast away was Stein. Straight to the early lead for Stein from Capital Cord. Vanessa third away. Mythology pushing through with Ice Chocolate. Chiao's just behind that division. Don't Down Missy near the rail. Followed by Katie Ain, and then came Mandriana. Meritu. Now they've gone back on Strata Verena. Back so far at second last, and Gates is last of all. That's the first call on the side of the course. 700 left to run. Stein being kept honest by Ice Chocolate, and they match motors. Mythology with a good trip third, and likewise Vanessa parked fourth the rail. Chiao's 3 wide around Capital Cord. Don't Down Missy tucked away inside that pair. Strata Verena joining the 3 wide line, trying to travel into the picture. Bandriana, Cadiana, mile back with Geitz and Meritu, whipped them in. Heading for home, 300 left to run. Stein still under pressure from Ice Chocolate. Vanessa behind them needing a run. Mythology pulled to the outside. Don't Down Missy is working to the clear. And Geitz is right down the outside with Chiao's. A big finish coming up here. They're spread across the track. Stein on the inside. Geitz out wide is finishing brilliantly. Look at Geitz. Look at Geitz. Last to first. The Don't Down Missy. Stein third. Then either Chiao's or Mythology. Vanessa not far away with Meritu Ice Chocolate. Then Katie Aid. Strata Verena never got into it. Capital Court second last. Mandriana is the last one home.
Geitz finds the middle of the track for Mark Duplessis and will win out to $29. Don't Doubt Missy and Stein will run second and third behind all of them, close off. Big bunch on the line behind Geitz, who takes out the second last from Doomben up there in Queensland. Here's the 6th from Taree, about a minute to go. Race number 6. Runners will be heading out on track shortly.
$16. $6. Then 11. And 3. We'll see. One 11 14 all scratched. Eight 3 2 4. So the 8 is the favorite, okay? But here it is a difficult proposition. Why the 8 is favorite? Okay, so it's a 1350. Ideally, the top weights should win. This is a drop of 60. Okay, if we have to look at that, then we'll also have to look at that 60. Okay, this is on par model. If this is a drop of 5.5, this is not a drop. This is actually chasing 2.5, half of this. So the only advantage that this thing has is the gate number and probably a joke. We'll see how that works. I think, I mean, things can go any direction. Like, for example, this 4, okay, I like. It's a 58, 62, 3.5. But here on the same scale, we have this 61 and this one. All right, and the balance is also showing right. The same balance on these two horses. So how this will play, we'll see whether this one goes through or the power goes through. I think it'll go through power. This 5 is the 0-0. So far we've been getting the 0-0s, right? So the 0-0. 5 is probably an EW.
Jump class 3 over the 1350 is going to wrap up the cards. Land Bank was returning at Ipswich, running third. Class 2 over the 1200 metres behind Immediate there 3 weeks ago. Back up to the 1350. Last go over the 1350 at Ipswich was a winning one. Started really short at benchmark 58 and was dominant over a big full field. Put 3.5 on them. Settled back in the run at Doomben since the back end of last preparation in benchmark 70. It was decent late behind Make a Call. Well fancied in betting the past 3 efforts, Land Bank. Should get every chance from gate number 2. Detrimental at $5 in from 7. Opened up at 9, so it's been back for the Schweder team. $6.50 for both of Shellstein and Flaxlands for Annabelle and Rob and Chris Waller. The last 2 in single figures before a little spec for Artful Persuasion, who's back into the single figure range. 30 seconds away. Class 3 to round out the day up at Doomben in Queensland. Let's get to David Fowler.
Fairly tough race to end the day, Tim. Several runners at single figures here, and Land Bank and Detrimental, one would say, are the best backed. And they are the favourite and second favourite. I thought Flaxlands, despite a little drift, had a good chance to win again after scoring at the track and trip 2 weeks ago. But a race where you can make a case for several of them. Now Warner goes up. 2 Hot to Talk with the blinkers on goes in. 3 to move up. Bolshevik Road, Detrimental and Shellstein. And the starter will be in a position to dispatch the field for the last time today. Mount Isa will have a big day up there with 7 races, I think. We'll go to Ipswich on Friday and Eagle Farms, the metro venue, on Saturday. Bolshevik Road moves in. Shellstein, last one up. Just about ready to break at the last as Shellstein takes its spot. Starter Brad Richardson switches on the red light, picks up the button. Ready to break. All set. Looks a good line. Racing Brisbane was a good line bar Lovey Dovey. Made a mess of the start, came out 5 behind them. Shellstein fast to go, showing early speed, 2 Hot to Talk with Detrimental, and Flaxlands being ridden forward as well. Cambridge Bay landing 5th, and there's the favourite Landbank, settling 6th one off the rail. A few links away, Possibilities, followed by Bolshevik Road, Artful Persuasion. Then came Warner after the slow start. Lovey Dovey is 4 off last. Into the first bend, 850 left to Rana. 2 Hot to Talk with the shades on, takes the roller's pacemaker. Leads Detrimental by 1. Shellstein 2 lengths away 3rd. And Flaxlands in the end has ended up in a good spot. Basically 4th, 1 out of 1 back. Trailed by Landbank outside of Cambridge Bay. Bolshevik Road inside of Possibilities. Artful Persuasion beginning a 3 wide run at the 500. And the last pair, Warner and Lovey Dovey, who's tacked on. Coming up to the turn now with 450 left to go. The leader was 2 Hot to Talk from the outside, Detrimental. They're matching motors, stride for stride into the bend. Flaxlands pulled to the outside. Landbank now giving its cue. And Artful Persuasion coming right down the outside. Cambridge Bay just behind them. Again, a big finish possibly coming up. Shellstein seized a gap. Landbank with it. Flaxlands between the pair. Shellstein and Landbank on the outside. They pair off in the last. Landbank the favourite. Going home too well. Landbank won. Beat home Shellstein, Photo 3rd,
8-4.
are the Possibilities or Flaxlands and Artful Persuasion. Not a bad run. Cambridge Bay not far away with Bolshevik Road, Detrimental, Lovey Dovey passing a few, then Warner, and 2 Hot to Talk dropping out towards the tail.
So Landbank runs up to market expectations, second up this campaign, as they're lining up for the minor placings behind Shellstein towards the inside. He's going to run second. I think Flaxlands there in the middle. Yeah, will be Flaxlands for thirds.
Okay, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Doomben. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to solve the puzzles here. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere around the world. Thank you so much for doing that. It means a lot to me. And Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you so much for being there. Thank you, Jen.